Right, so this was a very basic one, but we got a link to like number 5, BOF5 here, buffer overflow 5, and that one was interesting. So I thought it said like read my previous articles first. So I went back and checked what they had before, and this is stuff we already know. Oh, just checking that everything's still up from me messing with streamer button and everything. Yeah, so I'm going to go get some food. I did start watching Ellis Red's video too, that we found yesterday, among the others. Although it's 4 hours long, so I haven't finished it, or I haven't really learned anything new yet, but it'll be there. I'm like halfway in the video. Let's take a deeper look at how this happened. Yeah, GDB, we used it 2 days ago, Wednesday, and yesterday we were looking at R2. Do I have that correct? Time flies, right? I got a lot of good notes yesterday anyway. So I'll just hop back in my notes too. And let's go to InfoSec and... Right, the R2 notes are on file exploration. So let's actually move them, because we could definitely explore files. But the thing I used it for the first time, that's annoying, is this listing strings, which is more like file exploration, right? But we can do so many more things here. So it is still connected. I could have written this, whatever. One of my favorite words. Yeah, right? The funny thing is that I used this word when I did something to test too. Right, today. Right, we still have this chat up. Let's close it down and let's figure that out some other way. So when we saw this here, I had to know how to do this with R2 too, and that's why I added this here with arguments. Realized we could do it less, and we can also do it when it starts a program. Yeah, and I added it here too. arguments. And we also have the GDB nodes. Run input to program. So I got segmentation faults from trying to run printf actually in assembler. Was it yesterday? I think so. Oh, lowercase a. So, I want an ASCII table. Yeah, lowercase a is 61. Okay, so any hex values, they're just changing between, oh, whatever. Simple example. Okay. Exploit exercises. That's cool. Oh well, that was a tiny image. Okay. So there's a vulnerable. So if we click the back button, it doesn't work because we have to click the back button. Actually, no. That's a horrible backbutt. So what if we do buffer overflow? We didn't even find the one. Well, this is cool. So, but let's continue reading. I will solve the first level, which is let's get the food first before I read. So I just thought I saw one of those good rich bits. I think I've eaten all of it. Here's the tiny bits. I guess. Berries in there. So, some lemon yogurt and muesli. And then we'll probably get pizza tonight. I don't really like pizzas. I'm always like, what should I eat then? I like the bread. I could eat pizza bread like all day. But there's cheese. Too much cheese. Probably I'll eat a kebab roll instead. It's like the kebab meat, a lot of veggies. I always ask for extra veggies and nice bread too. We were given the source code of the program. Oh. Modified 0 gets buffer. If modified... This is the same as the first one we had. This is the same as the first one in the TryHackMe room. So we just had to write a too long string, though ours was not 64 characters. Says,
hello, how is going?
Yeah, so I've just been messing with the stream until now. So just got back to this stuff. So I've fixed so that, for example, the robot can be controlled from YouTube too. If we get these messages again, we can stop them, like spam messages. They're automatic messages to YouTube. A lot of you fixing some YouTube stuff, mostly. So now it's time to get started with buffer overflow again. Actually, I should make a marker here. How are you? So 2:58. Yeah, I'm just eating, I guess, lunch, late lunch at 17. So try again. I mean, this is not in a loop.
Testing now Python scripts for MP3 text transcriptions.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. Cool, you can send some stuff to the Discord, you know. Maybe we should have like languages. Like have a Python one. Python chat. I should continue with my assistant too. It like reads PDF books for me and checks. I was checking the weather. Right. And like making notes and text and
3 times repeat,
checking the
1
calendar.
sentence in PL and 2 times in N and US again. On MP3 from text.
Okay. Well, 3 times repeat. I don't know what you mean with that though. So you're TDSing then? It's from text? This is too sweet. I usually have other yogurt too, but I think the other one was out. So the lemon yogurt is kind of sweet.
For conversation with GPT Live on headsets, I allow it for access in my phone files folder.
Okay. So let's actually hop a bit because it's not hard to overwrite the value. Was this the full article of the first one? Well, it's the 5th one that I'm interested in. We'll see this is number 2 then. So it said this thing. My previous posts on the 5th one, so that's why I hopped back. So now
GPT has access to the ebook on my phone and I can ask questions just like I would to a human about the ebook.
Cool. That's cool. Well, you can like show the code there on the Discord. That would be cool to look at. So they're making again a int and a buffer. And this one we have argc1. Modify 0 str copy arguments. This is our second one, I think, that we did. This is the same one again. If modified, you have correctly got the variable to the right value. Okay, so here we're supposed not to just overwrite it, but to give it the right value. I don't read really. Maybe I should. I just feel like I did this already. We get please specify an argument to let's enter anything. We get to try again. You got and entering any character. Let's apply that. Yeah, they had 64 characters here. And we see that the value changed to 62. Correctly got the right value. I'm just interested in how they did it here with the Python. As an argument. That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, instead of making a program to do it, just... Oh. Yeah, I'm not in top shape. Oh. So this one is interesting. Let's just copy this to somewhere. I got a headache just suddenly. So I'm just putting this in a random place here. For now. Wait a sec here, what? Stack 1? And then says stack 2. Knackade du? Okay, gubben. Okay, my kid's calling. I'll be right back. Yes, gubben. Och så är det några inne. Att det låg sandpapper på golvet. Och att det var bara en spår i som sandpapper som jag hittade sig. Gör det nu. Jag gör lite så på så kan vi paus. Jag hämtar det om en liten stund. Okej, bye gillar. So trying to stretch my arm while I was walking. I don't know why it messed up. So For this challenge we got this code, int modified, buffer 64, char variable get greeny. If variable null, please set the greeny environment variable. Modify 0. I'm like, why didn't they do that here? It's so odd to have it just in the middle. Str copy variable. Okay, so greeny into buffer now. Okay. If modified equals. Okay, so it's the same thing. Instead of getting it from the command line, we're just getting it from greeny instead. So I'm like, why are they typing stuff here? But it's, I guess. So they're talking about environment variables. Now let's execute stack 2. Please set the greeny variable. And let's set in greeny instead of inputting on the command line. And it wanted a special value here. 0D, 0A, 0D, 0A. So I'm guessing it's like stepping up slowly. But I think the TryHackMe was okay. That it's only that it doesn't explain stuff, right? So as in task to do. Oh, it's even a link about environment variables. So 64 plus these. And you have correctly modified the variable. I mean, for me this was exactly the same. But I guess that this is a thing to think about, that there might be input from environment variables. I don't get why we needed to do both. Or why they didn't need to do it. Or why this one contains it. But I guess it's several ways to do the same thing. So our one jumped from just overriding to using us having to get the pointer to a function instead into the variable, and then it jumped to the instruction pointer. So that's why we're reading different things. So I guess it's nice to have tiny hops, right? Not have big hops just at once. Stack 3. So now they're not looking at the code first. I don't get any output. Gives an argument. Segmentation fault. Oh yeah, now there's. So I want to see the code first. Didn't they have the code on this one? Now that we have an idea about what's happening. There's a function pointer that execute a function based on given memory address. The function memory access is stored in a variable. It can overwrite that variable. We see the buffer. We see what the function pointer was calling the address. Um, yeah, I'm just bored by now because it's repetition of what we just did, like, right? So why didn't it show us a code this time? Didn't it have the code? Yeah, we did like exactly this. So we look at this both with GDP and with R2 now to see stuff. But maybe there was something new here, so let's read it so we're not missing anything. I mean, this is not what they will see when they run the program. We can't see any command for this output, which kind of makes me a bit like, why? That's the only interesting thing what I wanted to see here. C to continue, then pause our argument. Sigfold happened. So how do they get this output? So that's what I want to know. And they don't show it. Why? Will it show this automatically when it crashes? Oh, the pattern thing again. Find the memory address of the function. Yeah, this is what we did like 2 days ago or something. Maybe more. So now they're doing. So now they're piping it to it because it's input. We did this too, but we didn't use Python. And we only had like 20 characters, so it was just to typing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just typed it. But Python makes this possible, right? I echoed it though, so I like this. Does it have this as a copyable thingy? I may just edit the one we already have too. So this time it is piping to. And remember, I made a mistake once or twice actually, but not the same day. I was repeating at the start of one stream what I did the other day, and I mistyped twice because I had in my notes to put it in a file first. Oh, sorry. It's funny. I'm just editing this one to fit this. So Python C print A, and this time they add other numbers. I don't care, it's just a thing, right? To have this in the notes. And let's actually do that. So what? Yeah, I was thinking they have like odd characters here. So let's undo that. Let's undo one more. So let's leave it that. that's a bit of what I'm curious about this one. So it uses 3 kinds. Do these really work, you know? Or is it just in the web that it looked like that? So, I'll have to test it later. We got an address. Yeah. So now we see the code for the first time. And this is kinda what we had though. Though we had 2 functions and we were supposed to move it to another one instead. But we had a pointer to a function. But for us it was actually 2 functions set at the start. In the TryHackMe room, that's called buffer overflows, I think. Number 2 in there. So, there. This one. Here's the code. No? Is it number 3 then? Maybe it was before this. Oh, whatever. Maybe it was number 1. No, I'm curious. This is number 1. So this is not number 2. Why is it called number 2? Because I'm thinking number 2. Yeah, here it is. So we have special, normal, and other. So that's number 2. And here's the pointer to the normal function that we're supposed to change. And we did. But there was no information at all on anything. So we had to find out how to find the address the function was on. And then I'm confused by why it, and here's where I echoed it instead of they used Python. So I'm thinking echo is maybe easier, but Python is a nice alternative. So if we go to number 3, yeah, so this is the one we're currently doing, and we know that we're going to use this. Let's see if we learn anything. So now we have read 2 pages for like, I guess the repetition is never wrong, but, and also with the Python, which could be nice, I guess. But what's wrong? This is wrong. What happened? So we want BOF4 now. We don't want here next. So why did they hop to this one? Because I don't want to read this one. Do I? Oh, let's close that one. So I'm sorry if I'm like very critical, you know, sometimes. Sound like I hate it. I don't. I'm just thinking, why did I read all of these if they were nothing new? Let's look at the code first. So now we just have a buffer. This is what we have now. Well, kinda. Not really. We have an argument instead, but it's kind of the same. So for us it is str copy, that is messing stuff up, and here it's not that different. So, although I guess it might be easier to do it several times when it's in the actual command thing, right? But it's the same. It's the same. It's just piping it into there instead. So my right arm hurts, which is annoying. Should we like TTS this? I think I will save my voice style today too. And let's hope
very simple.
This is more
it defines the win function, then defines the main function, which sets a buffer of 64 chars and stores our input in it. But wait a second, where is the variable that we're gonna overwrite? In the previous challenges we had a variable that is being used by a function to change the code flow. Now what will we overwrite? The answer is the EIP, which is the instruction pointer. And the instruction pointer is a memory address that holds the address of the next instruction in the program during execution. So if we overwrite that address, the program will execute whatever that address refers to. Let's try to exceed the buffer.
Yeah, so this is, of course, I think we did this bit too. Well, actually,
the program didn't even crash. Why? Because the return address is not directly after the buffer like in the previous challenges. Let's try 100 chars. Python C print *100. The program crashed. Let's find where does it exactly crash like we did in the previous challenge. Read it if you haven't done yet. We will create a pattern with pattern_create / pattern_create.rbl100. Then we will pass it to the program in GDB. It crashes at 0x63413563. We locate that with pattern_offset / pattern_offset.rbq63413563. We get exact match at offset 76. Next step is to find the address of win. Objdump. The address is 0x080483F4. Now we can build our exploit. Python C print *76 plus \xf4 \x83 \x04 \x08 /stack4. And we successfully changed the code flow. That's it. Feedback is appreciated. Don't forget to read the previous articles, tweet about the article if you liked it, follow on Twitter at ahm3d_h3sham. Thanks for reading. Previous binary exploitation article, buffer overflow examples, overriding a function pointer, protostar.
So I'll just finish. So what I was thinking, is I wanted to understand how long before it was from just reading the program. And in our case, there are not just one, there's a function. Yeah, there is here too. But this one is not called for us, it is the one that gets the argument and does the str copy. So we should be able to calculate it easier. And I want to learn enough about it just to, understand it without having to think, and I don't. So then I'm not happy. But I guess that this is the method that I've seen in several places so far. And we used it too. We used it in what we started with. with the buffer overflow prep, start of that room, and that was like horrible windowiness in there. Old, unstreamable resolution. Maybe I could like put this screen to a low resolution so the letters would go, but I couldn't zoom. OBS couldn't zoom in my VM. It just broke it. It just got black when I tried. So I'll have to find some other way to do it. We might just run a Windows VM. We'll set it up in our own.
Fixerbot says,
Welcome back, Cypher Enigma.
Yeah.
Madam Fabulous says,
I did.
You added it.
Yeah, so I had to, right? When you go on lurk, it has to say something. So that's what we did the 2.5 first hours here of stream. But you can suggest more fun things and welcome back. Though for unlurk maybe that's suitable, but for the lurk one we can think of more fun things. Maybe we'll have like a robot TTS saying
Lol, sounds like you were more productive than me. I went to the grocery and got lunch started.
oh, okay. Yeah. So sometimes I think like 2.5 hours, what did I do in this time? And I feel like I haven't done anything, but I guess things take a bit more time when you're streaming, right? Because like someone pops in and talks about something else, and you know? Yeah. So actually this one I'm going to make a few notes of. We'll kind of use this. So this is not the only place where I have seen this, but let's use it to make notes anyway. So like steps. Right, I'm going to undo what I just did here and get this back up and hop over here. So let's make a start, right? What should you do? The first thing to do is try and make it crash. So like, where's the input that we might crash, that we might
Kmatoj says,
overflow.
Best viewers on, web link.
Right, we got the message. This is what we want to copy. And it's prepared now. We just put this and it will automatically be removed. So Twitch chat spam, and we just put it here. It was something like this, right? But it was this, best viewers on, and we can add several. This is the first one. Next time it will be removed automatically that someone says best viewers on. So you're welcome to repeat that. Right, I think I actually had.
Madam Fabulous says,
I wish it were legal to enumerate that domain, lol.
So there seem to be like different URLs every time, so why do I have this so dark? I can't see the text. So, my phone says moving robot arm is the last message in chat. Which is kind of annoying. So, let's go channel, chat. So, delete message, delete. There. Next time it will be automatic. Since I realized I can do it in chat only for on the phone, and I can do it in the like streamer manager interface on Twitch on the web. That's the two places where I managed to delete messages. Not the normal chat. Oh well. So this should be done.
I just use the / commands.
Okay. I've never tried them.
I don't like the icons.
Here. Oh, you're banning people. I just delete the message, I never wanted to ban anyone. I don't know if you can delete messages. And how would you identify the message? Nah. Icons? I don't use any icons. I just click the name. And I get a text menu to select what to do with it. So.
Yeah, that works too.
And I don't ban people. If they're not extreme. I did ban someone saying very extreme stuff. And then I unbanned them after stream. Everybody get a second chance here, That was definitely people, not bots, too. The program didn't even crash. Why?
You're a better soul than me, Hammer.
I don't know. Yeah, so I'm following now, so I'm waiting for you to stream. Yes, I was making notes. I'm like looking at the other page here, and you didn't see anything I was showing you. Okay, that's the way it is. Oh, so let's do like argument. Input. And we have an example. We're doing this again. If it's an argument, we can do the Python ones, but I don't like this because I haven't tested with the. So let's do the echo one again instead. If I can find it. Was it kind of late in this one? Yeah, so here we echo. This is the. So here we echo whatever, we fill the buffer, and then we put this in the variable. As an example. So this is when it's not an argument, but input. And for an argument, we'll just paste it again. Alright, yeah, I thought about that. We need to This is nothing, right? But there might, of course, be more complicated stuff than this. Right, so here we need to like single plot. I'm like Englishifying my Swedish word there. Fnuts. I call all those fnuts in Swedish. Fnuttar. And just do S instead of R, which is our plural. Well, why not find your own words up, right? Dotty thingies. That's not a good example. So let's actually put the other ones we have down here too. So I just have to test this myself to believe it's true too. And this won't work to put within these because it uses them and it breaks it. You know, it breaks it all. So how? What if we do pre here? Will this work? It works. So I think I will use this a lot. Since it does HTML, right? So we can remove these and have a much prettier output. So, as it's using the characters that we usually use. So what happened now? Yeah, it can't do it on a line with a dot. So there we have the bad side of it. Well, I guess it's not pretty, but it's functional. So, let's imagine that we're just starting here and we really want to test it first, right? So first just basic test examples. And this is examples setting a specific value. So yeah, I guess I'll type. And the reason to even type this would be to give an example. It's not like we can copy and paste it and use it. At least not the name, right? And it's just, you know, it's that it might not be in this kind of thing that it is, you know? It might be a more complex program than our simple test ones. So that's why I don't like it really. So I'm just copying something here anyway. So yeah, so we have double these. that's not necessary. Let's actually remove those. And this is just increasing. Well, the buffer, I guess, right? Because these are specific ones, and on this one, so what I have seen a lot of times is people doing these tests with 8 first, and then when they find it, then they do the same thing again but with a pattern. And I'm like, why don't do it at once? Why not use the correct one at once? Why? Okay, so this is easy to type. Well, right. So let's, for example, so this was the end of it. It doesn't have an end character. So when I added a character at the end, Obsidian thought I wanted to remove the one at the start. I did not. I wanted to add one at the end, which was what I was doing. So sometimes programs are just too smart. So this was actually in the example here. Here. It's piped into something. So I'm thinking we need this in here, or otherwise it looks kind of funny, right? So for example, program, right? And in this case, so this is like one example, right? So I'll put the same here. So it's the same. If I do remove that and tab this, it will not look pretty. So let's keep it like that instead. When if the program crashes, and then we have so I really am not a friend of using other people's things if they're really basic, but I think this one is kind of useful because of its test functionality. So I guess we will add it here. The pattern create. So unique. Well, non-repeating. Using. So using pattern create dot py in. So let's see where we have it really. I haven't got my VM started today because we did other stuff. Let's actually move the notes over to this side again. We don't have any programs we don't need up. We have 2 Firefox windows. So I will close one and we'll start the VM. And then I got a call.
Squared Mo says. How is Sweden?
Vi ses gubben. Puss. Hejdå. So I'm going to order pizza. I'll talk to my kid first. I'll see. Maybe my oldest wants pizza too. I don't think so though. Yeah, Sweden is great. Well, we have there are actually a bit of clouds, a bit of wind, but it's like 23 degrees outside anyway. And it's not like, well, I think you might hear the wind in the trees. So it's not the best weather today. So this is actually what my apps look like. Weather app. So I don't know if you can see that, but that's rain. So it's supposed to be raining the rest of the day, really. I didn't know. So tomorrow we have sun again.
Rain is good.
Yeah, I know the not getting any rain, then it gets all dry and horrible, so. Yeah, let's see, last time I ordered pizza. It's so long ago, I'm just scrolling down here. So we ordered Thai food a lot of times, but pizza, it was June 14th. So I understand why my kid wanted pizza really a lot. I'll just ask him what he wants. Jag ska bara beställa pizza först så kan jag hämta dit. So, have to just order some pizza. So I think I will get a kebab roll. Or should I get a pizza? It was very long ago. I only get disappointed every time I take pizza because there's so much cheese in there. I like the bread the most. Yeah, let's just order something. And welcome in, by the way. Hej, jag skulle vilja beställa en vanlig kebabpizza. En kebabpizza utan grönsaker. Och en calzone. Pizzabröd också, tack. Vi vill ha hemkörning, tack. Holmbodavägen 95. Det är bra så, tack. Tack, hej. So I think it's a new person. They usually have like your address at once and know that we usually order for delivery home and everything. So I had to tell her. Yeah, so let's hop that back to Twitch chat in case I would have to mod anything. Oh, I forgot what it was doing. So there. Yeah, so welcome in Square the Mo. So I'll start my Kelly machine here on my other screen, and I'm going to go and get my other kid some spaghetti because he didn't want pizza, as I thought. So he wants some spaghetti and meat sauce, and I have it finished. It's just too warm, so I'll just put it in the microwave and I'll be back. So then you can always give me your buffer overflow tips and tricks. I still have this thing here in the way. So I won't have time to do much before it beeps downstairs, but I'll put it on 2 minutes. I'm like, where am I typing? Not there. Not anywhere. My throat is like dying now. Whatever. I don't have a cold at all. not at all. So that's odd. It's a track going backwards somewhere. Right, so we need to test stuff. We need to play with this. We need to merge our tests of other stuff. So if I do SSH here now, we'll just go for this one at once with user 1. So let's actually start it, which is TryHackMe. Yeah, and it's 1 hour early for it to pop up automatically, or it would have. So this is the real goal, but we need to do other stuff first, and that's why I'm doing the buffer overflows 1. So we're on buffer overflows in buffer overflows. So starting it, F5ing it to make it hop to the right place, right? So this is the current executable file, and I could zoom a bit more, I guess. The image did get bigger. It's kind of tiny. So when we have the IP, we can look at it instead. But actually, I'm going to I think test them with. Right, the piping is the one that is easy. I think this one had an argument. No. It's also gets. So the only one we can possibly test it with is this one. And now this is more complicated, but we can at least test getting input there, right, with the argument. So it is the correct one for this. So IP is, it has arrived. So 131.13. And yes. Yeah. That was a new one. Well, so password is user1 password. And with this one is number 3. And there's a text file that we can't read unless we use it too. And the buffer overflow one has the SUID. So we'll need to get a shell with this one, and that's the whole purpose of this this one. But for now, let's just use it to test if we can get the input with the Python command that we just got as an example here into the notes. And that was a microwave beeping. So I'll just go and get my kids' food. Zoo. There, right. So, for this one is one with an argument. So I'm going to test this kind of thing that we couldn't even put. I had to make a pre. So I can't go in there. There, this way. So, right. So I know that a lot of this is wrong for this one. For example, the name, you know. But I want to see if these works like they are. So buffer overflow. And just send it stuff in. I don't care what it is, you know. Echoes your output. And it did. And this one has kind of a big buffer. I don't remember it, but it was like huge. (140 characters). First of all, we would need to run this in a different way to be able to debug it. So this is not what we're doing now. This was just a test to see if this actually worked with these characters, and it did. But we can also just try adding 140 here just to see what happens, you know, or 200 or something. Something that's too much, right? So we're getting segmentation fault, of course. And this is not a good number. This is not what we want to use here. So we want to use something else. We want to use address. And that's why we need the address. And we can put the code in there somewhere. We could actually... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we'll make a real Python program instead of this. So that we can mess with variables and stuff. But this was nice to see that this works, so I don't have stuff, I don't want to have untested stuff in my notes. And now I have confirmed that this one actually works. Right, and there's also added this block. That's kind of cool. So we can get all of them in there. And the backslashes to work, the escapes characters here. So if I were to remove the pre, this wouldn't work. I could like pre the whole thing instead. So if I would start with the pre here, right? Or maybe even do it like this, because it wouldn't be visible. So now it's invisible when it has an end tag. And then we just put all of this in there. So I'm experimenting. Of course we can't have a pre-tag inside the pre-tag. There. So we'll have to remove these characters too, because they are not actually characters that are supposed to be visible. Here we have this character, this is what breaks us, right? So now we actually have these. Let's see, can we select this text? Yeah, it works fine. So as long as we don't click inside here and we see the whole pre-thing. We have different dots too. We could like actually do space, this kind of thing. I think a dash is better. But let's add a space just to make it look more like the other ones. So this is a test to see if I like having this in my notes. It's more obviously actually code stuff, right? And this one contains these characters explaining the whole thing. Oh well. So I'm not going to focus on prettifying the notes, right? Let's actually continue doing stuff, and we will do this by reading these things. So I was happy when I saw the BOF5 here. This one is kind of similar to ours, though in ours we have code. And this one, let's see. And with ours, I mean this. So what we have here is information that we need to use this to open a basic shell. Yeah, adding knobs and stuff. So, we could actually like put this one. It's not an actual Python thing. Does it exist in Python? Here we also have probably bad characters, right? So, alright, I moved my nodes to this screen. It's here. Let's put this one here too. And we'll have to replace these characters. That's annoying. Web pages. So, and in our case, that would be and here these are. I'm assuming we'll have to change them here. So let's put this inside these. And this is so much. Yeah. Thought so. Let's remove those and add it again. And it's already messed up like. So let's delete these characters that are just formatting it. Because why? So, anyone ever seen anything like this on a TryHackMe page? The plus on its own line, this on its own line. So, so it's actually this. So first of all, let's put this in like this, right? I think this, right, so here we have another problem. That's supposed to be x05. And why have this there? Oh, because it's times 60, right? Yeah. I'm just trying to understand why they did it. So let me see the end of the line. So here, there's this space in between the 05 here, which is part of the mess. So let's logically look at it. So we have this times 30, and then we have a plus. I'm like doing parentheses on this, I think. Nah, I think it will be okay. It should know the precedence, right, of the characters. So if I just space it, will hop to the other line. And then we have the long string here. Shouldn't this be B? Is this why they're this instead? Yeah, let's keep it as it is and test it, right? See how many steps back I'm going. Because I'm not going all the way now, because that would break everything. But we can keep these characters in. So yeah, whatever. So let's just see here. First of all, there are new lines in here. This is just spaces making it hop. And we don't want those. And after the x, 41 times 60. And then it ends with this and this. Right? So let's just generally copy this. What? So what is this doing here? So it's definitely not part of the Python, you know? Typing the Python to the program. This is just messed up. Well, let's let's test it. So I was typing something. Yeah, let's do whatever, right? And then we paste whatever we have here. And I'm assuming this won't work at all. Let's just change some characters, like putting this here. And making this. And then we get invalid syntax still. So I'm curious if it works, you know, with this odd characters. I don't think so. So now I'm doing that other change. I'm kind of thinking we would need the bees here, but maybe we don't need them when we're telling it exactly the hex values for everything. So now we're at what I was going to do. And now we just got that's a kind of cool error. That's a kind of cool error. So let's make the changes. I could like probably maybe not read it because I changed things, right? So but we will fix it. There. Yeah. So now it's the same, and we do the Python bit and then we pipe it to program name. And program name doesn't exist, of course. First of all, let's just do this. And then let's change this. What was the name? Buffer overflow? So this is a program, and now we got a segmentation fault, which is kind of nice. Meaning all the other stuff worked, right? So if this would have worked, I still would have gone through the rest of the stuff, you know. But it's kind of nice to test things. So now we can just delete these characters. Program. I did program here too. So yeah, let's. My throat is kind of going out, and I didn't read it. I only read it quietly, and I was thinking I read it again, but let's TTS it.
This example will cover some of the more interesting and useful things you can do with a buffer overflow. In the previous examples, we've seen that when a program takes user's controlled input, it may not check the length, and thus a malicious user could overwrite values and actually change variables. In this example, in the copy_arg function we can see that the strcpy function is copying input from a string, which is argv1, which is a command line argument, to a buffer of length 140 bytes. With the nature of strcpy, it does not check the length of the data being input, so here it's also possible to overflow the buffer. We can do something more malicious here. Let's take a look at what the stack will look like for the copy_arg function. This stack excludes the stack frame for the strcpy function.
I did find a bit of dried apple there in the muesli.
Earlier, we saw that when a function, in this case main, calls another function, in this case copy_args, it needs to add the return address on the stack, so the copy function, copy_args, knows where to transfer control to once it has finished executing. From the stack above, we know that data will be copied upwards from buffer 0 to buffer 140. Since we can overflow the buffer, it also follows that we can overflow the return address with our own value. We can control where the function returns and change the flow of execution of a program. Very cool, right? Know that we can control the flow of execution by directing the return address to some memory address. How do we actually do something useful with this? This is where shellcode comes in. Shellcode quite literally is code that will open up a shell. More specifically, it is binary instructions that can be executed. Since shellcode is just machine code, in the form of binary instructions, you can usually start by writing a C program to do what you want, compile it into assembly and extract the hex characters. Alternatively, it would involve writing your own assembly. For now, we'll use the shellcode that opens up a basic shell.
By the way, I want to see what this does. Right, we need to know what this does. But we will do this in a bit. First, I'm going to actually see sense. So, does it exist any rooms? Yeah. Oh, what if we do R2? So we looked at the Advent of Cyber once. But there's no room for it specifically, which is kind of sad. What about this then? I'm only getting another Advent of Cyber here. And the CVE. And then of course this one pops up again. Yeah, so it's not like there's specific information anymore than this about those things. So, since we've gone through both, but I think R2 was like nicer, right? But let's do the rest of the TTS2, and I'll have to look at what this is. Oh, sorry.
So why don't we looking at actually executing this shellcode? The basic idea is that we need to point the overwritten return address to the shellcode, but where do we actually store the shellcode and what actual address do we point it at? Why don't we store the shellcode in the buffer? Because we know the address at the beginning of the buffer, we can just overwrite the return address to point to the start of the buffer. Here's the general process so far. Find out the address of the start of the buffer and the start address of the return address. Calculate the difference between these addresses so you know how much data to enter to overflow. Start out by entering the shellcode in the buffer, entering random data between the shellcode and the return address, and the address of the buffer in the return address.
I think the pizza are already here. So, pizza. So you can think and eat, right? Let's actually open up shut again. Channel chat. There. So I wouldn't say I'm really hungry, right? Something that made my throat hurt less would be better. So why is this? This is a click. Oh, had the keyboard cord underneath, so it went back and forth. So I did just copy that. So this is actually then 48. Oh, sorry. Does this look more readable? Some machine code. So that's enough for me. Okay, apparently not. There was a tab there. So now it's done. Here we got the full thing. So how many characters is this? If we save this as something, well, that's binary.txt, and that's just my lazy way to see how many characters it is, right? Desktop. It is 60 bytes. Oh, that's actually 60. Yeah, we can leave that there. So that's good to know later too, right? The 60 characters. But I was like thinking, we could do it on here. So what if we... No, not typing in Notepad. No. So that's actually 30 characters. Test. And we do there. And we overlay this. It's 31 characters because it has an extra character there. We don't want that. Where's the extra character? There. New line. We don't want any new lines. Oh well. So I just want to follow 30, I don't care what they are. I just intend to replace it with the other one. So, do we have like hex edit here? No, so we couldn't do it here anyway. But we have it on our own machine too. So, let's go to the well, actually, so I knew this once upon a time for DOS, but how on earth in Linux do we machine code editor, right? No. No, we don't want a text editor. We don't want a code editor either. We don't even want a assembler. Well, so let's just go with I'll do what I was doing. So I will go to programming because at least it's a bit sorted. So should we go to the last one? Let's do that just. So so let's nano again a test, and apparently I had a test there, right? So this is not a good name. So like binge play, right? So this will just be this, so we can see if we can open it in maybe in R2 and do disassembly on it and see just instructions explained kind of thing, right? See if it works. That's the plan. And my pizza is getting cold, but I don't care about that. This is better. So what was I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There. So, and so I have a pizza in the way. Now I have to eat it, so I get rid of it. Yeah, and again it's 31 characters. So let's just delete one. And there it's 30 characters. And now we hex edit this. This had hex editor. Alright, so maybe it worked in the other one. Nah. So I called it. And now we can edit this to be the ones we wanted instead. So 4, 8, B. So I will do like, so we have 4 in a bit, 4, 4, 4, 4, right? Yeah. I was confused a bit by this line, but it was too long. It's still too long. Oh well, if it's too short, I'll have to add stuff. Yeah, do you know what I did? Yeah, I can't do that advanced things. So we still want them separated, but I made the mistake of doing it like there. So this is what it's supposed to be. So now it's easier to see. So B9, and I'm typing in Notepad. B9 2F62. We could also have just used the one we had and used Python to convert it, but this is kind of fun. Yeah, I am crazy, I know. This is fun. Great Friday night entertainment. Especially if I mistype, right? And we'll have to debug this. I will check it when we're done. So E9085148D3. See? 2448, and this is a no-win executable. It is just like, you know, a bit of instructions. So I'm just thinking that maybe R2 can still get what it is, the instruction, and disassemble it when we put it in there. Let's be 0F05. So now let's check. So we have 48B9 2F62 696E 2F73 681148C1 E108448C1 E9085148 8D3C 244831D2B03B. Yeah, 0F05. So, yeah, so this one has Control X for save and exit. And I'm testing the food. So oh gosh, I was so into B here, I mistyped. So let's remember all the things from our notes. So we have our R2 notes here, and we didn't do a D or anything. We could have done A, because that's getting all of it. So now we want to, well, we could like IA. I typed in the notes, so we have kind of only the name of the file, right? Which is kind of what we want. So let's see. So we have memory. Zero, zero. It all says 0, 0, you know. So I don't think that's where we are in memory. So we didn't do D. So let's actually queue this, or we could OOD, I guess. Yeah. So let's queue it, and let's do it with DA, and cannot open it for writing. So did I do D on anything else here? I must have. Pizza. But it's the bread I want. That's why I got bread only too. Pizza bread. Oh, this might not work at all. Let's just see, what was the... Am I blind? Or did I totally miss? So where's the disassembly one? PDF. It's not in here. It's just here. I'm sure it was down there too. Oh, it's here. But this is a function. We don't have any functions. I just want the full thing. Lost test. So, it worked. So, now we know what it all is. Oh, wrong machine. So, here we have our horrible bright light version. So 48B9 is this. Binna Sage. I know one thing we can play with it. One other way. So, let's just give us this, right? And let's see what it does with this. Please explain. No hints. No, that's bad. Let's edit it. So it's me typing with gooey fingers. So I control entered instead of shift enter. So I don't want to mess up my keyboard. So we could have done this too. I think it's kind of nice of it. But with some extra bytes, probably due to alignment or mistake, and here it says \x11. And that interprets that as a miss. So we had up ASCII right here, right? And 11 is not 11, is 11, of course. So if we hex 11, what is DC? Control Q, DC1. Device control. Yeah, maybe this is not very useful. So, just take another bite of my food, but with my cutlery this time. So, instruction SHL RCX8 shifts RCX register by 8 bits. And that's done twice. So what? Let's continue. And then to push RCX, we have both the same on both sides. Instruction RSP into RDI. So RSP, we've not used it before here, right? And then it's zeroing. So exec into, so it will use a syscall, and I'm assuming the rest is just setting stuff up. But why all the shifting and stuff? Code is classic shell code that attempts to execute bin sh using execute system call in Linux. Here's a summary of what each part does. REX stores bin sh, RCX is manipulated and pushed into the stack. Might be a no-op. Yeah, so I was like, why? RDI. So RDI. Yeah, no environment variables, okay? So the only thing I don't understand is how RDI points to this. How does RDI point to well, what did it say? Well, let's just do there. Don't have to repeat what I said. Yeah, it doesn't have to keep repeating this. If it doesn't have a meaning. Doesn't seem meaning. I don't know what it is. Which I don't either. So, the Leah instruction. This is a critical instruction. Leah stands for load effective address, and there is loading an effective address of the current top of the stack onto the RDI. Oh, there's it. It's 19. It's time to do TryHackMe.
Fixerbot says,
Thanks for the follow.
New follower Ghost11411. Less than 3.
So, I don't know. I guess that we didn't need to do this. But it's nice to see that we already knew this, you know, and that it could be done this way too. That's kind of alright. But I do still have to understand this bit. So, let's think again. Loads effective address of the current stop of the stack into the RDI register. But what's on the stack at this point? Setup of. So instead of asking a question, why not say something? The string bin sh or something very close to it. No. Yeah, and here we have a bit more from this. It doesn't try and understand, it just says what it is. But since the full string isn't in RCX, this seems to so I hopped lines. So has been placed in RX, but it has been stored on the hasn't been stored on the stack yet. Here is where the next step becomes crucial. The push RCX instruction pushes the value of RCX onto the stack. Normally in classic shellcode you'd expect something like expect the string binsh itself or part of it to be pushed onto the stack. But since the full string isn't in RCX, this seems to be a placeholder or a part of the actual address setup. If the string binsh were in RX register expected, a common next step would be something like push RAX. Placing the actual string onto the stack, then would correctly set RDI to point to the stack where binsh now resides. So I just heard my hubby say he couldn't eat all his pizza. That's never happened. That's amazing. I never can eat all my pizza, but that's just normal. I'm like a fifth, no less done. Yeah, so let's...
Then, Liberty, RSP would correctly set RDI to point to the stack where /bin/sh now resides. This is the address of the command string that exec will use. But based on the disassembled code, the exact way the string ends up on the stack isn't shown clearly. It seems likely that the string isn't fully and correctly set up in the RAX register as intended, or that there's an error in how the code manipulates the registers.
I don't think it's bad, since it's from a TryHackMe page. I think this doesn't understand it. Oh, we don't want it all right again. Yes? What's up?
Vill du ha mina 2 sista pizzabitar?
Nej, men lägg dem i kylskåpet.
Vill du ha dem då imorgon eller?
Det tror...
Jag är mätt på spricka.
Ja, men lägg dem i kylen bara så får vi se vem som vill ha dem.
In summary, the Liberty, RSP instruction makes RDI point to the current top of the stack. Normally, the string /bin/sh should be placed on the stack, via something like pushRAX, so that RDI points to it. However, the provided code doesn't seem to correctly achieve this due to missing or incorrect instructions for setting up the stack with the /bin/sh string.
So there's definitely more happening here than... So, first of all, what happens here? This is 16 characters, or 16 is 8, then, you know? What happens here, really? Move apps. So, explain the move apps. RCX. Please. So, I'm kind of thinking, what happens here exactly? Because will it fit is what I'm thinking, you know? Whatever, let's...
Certainly. The moveAbs instruction is a special variant of the MOV instruction in x86-64 assembly that is used to move a 64-bit immediate value directly into a 64-bit register. Let's break down its usage. moveAbs instruction. Syntax: movabs reg, IMM64. Function, moves a 64-bit immediate value, IMM64, directly into a 64-bit register, reg. Purpose, this instruction is necessary when dealing with 64-bit immediate values because the regular MOV instruction can only handle 32-bit immediate values in its immediate form. Example in your code. In the disassembly you provided, the relevant instruction was 48B92F62 696E2F73 6811. Disassembly, movabs RCX, 0x11687332F6E69622F. Breaking down the operation. Opcode, 48B9. 48 indicates a 64-bit operand size. B9 is the opcode for movabs when moving a 64-bit immediate value into the RCX register. Immediate value, 0x11687332F6E69622F. This is the 64-bit immediate value being moved into RCX. The value represents the ASCII string /bin/sh, but with some additional bytes, 1168. Explanation of RCX use. In the context of your code. Loading a string. The immediate value 0x11687332F6E69622F corresponds to a string like /bin/sh, albeit with extra leading bytes. This value is moved directly into the RCX register. Further manipulation. After loading, RCX.
Oh my god, this is too sweet. Yeah. So, let's see. So now I can use my keyboard again. So let's just generally Google this one, right? So see, is it still selected? No. So let's do this so we get the full thing. I'm going to paste it like after this. So yeah, I thought so. It's just one string. Yeah, I think I googled this already, right? So we were at this page. So I'm like assuming this does not work, you know? This kinda. So let's actually read this. Func. So this is like a function. All right. Look. Now we can see. Now I can see what it actually says. Oh, I missed something before. I didn't see this was the same register. That's very bad of me. Very bad. Very, very bad. Now it's kind of more logical, right? Trim off the 2 bytes of padding. Shift right to reorder string. Yeah, that's logical. So, move the value. In hex, a little on the invite order into RCX, padded with 11. So the padding is here. And that's why it also sets X11 in here in R2, right? And now it's obvious why the shift occurs, right? And it hops it back. But still really not. Couldn't they have just put something else there? Like 0, whatever would work, right? Let's continue. I mean, you can't, either you null terminate the string or you like, you know, there can't be more than nothing, right? There still will be a value after this. Now I really want to run this to test it on this one. So then it pushes it onto the stack. And this is just 51. Meaning it is this. This is how far we've gotten in the code here. This is 51. Load the address of the string that is on the stack into RSI. Yeah. So, into RSI. And it says RDI. So yeah, this one says. So I think I got to fly now. There. I'll just get rid of it. So am I stupid that don't get this bit here? Let's actually give it this bit. Now let's just do this bit. So if we get ChatGPT this now. It's almost correct. Well, this is not my code. It is the original from What? Oh, it's still typing. I guess I'll have to stop it. It's finishing. So I'm curious what it says.
Your assembly code is almost correct, but there's a small mistake in the comment on line 13, where you mention that RSI is being loaded. It should be ready. I'll explain the code in detail, correcting that and clarifying how the operations work.
That is exactly what I didn't understand, why I sent it to ChatGPT. This was too sweet. But there's also a lot of spiciness in the sauce. So. But this both too sweet and too strong then. Nah, pizza is not my thing. The bread is my thing though. That's why I have bread. So I have like a full pizza dough just. So should I TTS this? Should be RDI. RDI is a register expected by XCV. It's not the first time I've seen an error in these though, but still, you know. So it did just repeat everything. Yeah, which I don't even want to read this. It was just that it was saying that it was not correct, you know. And there was the explanation. So, and I wanted, was this me? And it wasn't me. Apparently, it's probably a typo. S and D is just next to each other too, right? Yeah, very nice then. So this bit is just getting it into the stack, then making sure that we have the address for it here. This one's 0, and then the call. It's very simple. But I can't stop thinking that this is useless. That could just set it up like it will be after this before. So I would like to step through this and see the values of the registers. I don't think we can though, can we? Right, we do have this bit. So if we do this, If no stack protector, C X stack shellcode readable. Yes. So, first of all, let's just test, see if we can run this. So DC is continue execution. We're not really running anything. Yeah, and we can't run OD. Because it doesn't have, it's not a full program. But you could still get it. So let's quit this. And let's bin shell, let's see, bin shell c.c. Yeah, let's paste this in here, and let's just exit. And we also had the compiler command for GCC here. So I'm copying it. Let's do bin shell c.c. I'm just checking if there's anything else in there. So I don't know what C is, but this seems to be like something there, right? So bin shell, and then so will this work? And we have bin shell C. Right. What we didn't do with the other one is to actually make it executable. Maybe it needs to be, but I'm thinking R2 wouldn't care with it. Segmentation fault. But let's first of all, let's chmod plus x bin shell, and then let's R2 bin shell, but now with the D option. And cannot do it. So if you now do, well, it's just bin shell C. So now we know the problem was not R2, it was that it was not an actual binary file like you could run. I was just trying to fool it into doing stuff. So let's look at all the things. Let's open the notes again for R2 here. And I did run the D one. Let's do a here. And let's do IA to get some information about it. So yeah, here we have the main function. Opening up the web page on the other side. What about funk? How does it see that? We can do the S one. No, this is the symbols. First of all, let's see, what did I do last time when we actually got some information here from it. So I did PDF. Yeah, let's do PDF without anything. Yeah, and then this one has a problem. So what if we PDF main? And then we get this. So ob.shellcode. What if we do this with that one? So it just gave us a lot of stuff. That's all like 0, right? Here's the string. So I have the other stuff up on the other screen here. So we can compare. This is the main. And this is the main. It only has one int, which is a pointer to the function. But this thing. Yeah, maybe I should just continue and not dig more into this. What do you think? It's just declaring it, setting it, and then running it. That's all. Though, how long time it would take to figure out all the parentheses there. Well, I guess it's kind of simple because it's here, right? It's just the same here. I have to keep setting the type of it every time. So I'm starting to get a bit tired. It's 7:30. So let's continue. We dug into this a bit. Let's actually see this one too. What is this? When executing, consideration when executing a buffer overflow. Disable execution protection. Address space layout randomization. Buffer overflow protection. Oh. So let's just see what did I use when I compiled it. I'm just scrolling up for 2 ages, please. So let's see. I did no stack protector C X stack. Yeah, exactly the same. That's what I did. Run GTP. Yeah, and we only did R2 instead. Disassemble main. Now they're totally doing different things. Since I'm not doing it. And there's other files. Yeah, I think we ended up on this page before too. So that's why I clicked it now, because it was purple. Yeah, so we can close this one down. Didn't do any good, really, did it? So why don't we look? Right, I remember this from yesterday. Why don't we looking at actually executing the shellcode? The basic idea is that we need to find the original return address of the shellcode, but where do we actually store the shellcode, and what actual address do we point at? Let's actually not read but do now, right? So we kinda read this. Kinda. Oh, I kinda made some notes. Here. I guess I should make it 1 too, because this one started at 1. That confused me first. Overflow 1. 2. So here we go to 2. Here's just the base directory there. So let's so we had done it before. Why did I go in there again? I'm thinking why. Did I just want it for the notes to have the code there? Ah, well, doesn't matter. It was not all there, so I don't have to make a new note for it. I'm not redoing it. It was just a type what was it? 14 characters? 13. And, more than that, you know. We changed it to, so because 0 was the default, so the null wouldn't break it. Or it was an if, checking if it was still 0. So if we put the null character there, it was still 0. So you had needed to add 15 characters. Yeah, 15. So let's see. So here's our current code for this one. So if we start at main, here's a program that echoes out your input, and it runs copy arg with the first argument, and this is called string. And then it makes a buffer, 140 characters. String is copied to buffer. And if it's too long, you know, it won't fit. And then it prints it. And that's all. And I'm tired. So we're not stopping just because I'm tired. Right, so we looked at it with GDB a bit. Right. And then we were really looking at GDB, and we were really looking at R2. And we made these notes while we did it. So we have now notes to find things like disassemble function easier. Though I don't know why I didn't put it in like some kind of better order. Right, it didn't hop to the top because we have different tabs. Let's close this one though, because it's, you know, annoying. It's raining. I can hear how the rain. And that's the car, sorry. I think I need some fresh air anyway here. So we did AAA, we did IA to get basic info. I pasted in a few things here, right? Just to get some of it that we tested. AFL, and then I copied because these are so nicely colored, you know, so that you can't get it with just text. So I made screenshots of the main function and this function, so we could look and enjoy the colors. Yeah. Then I want to figure out, not test, where we should put stuff. So if we just think about what we know, if we look at the code again, we have 140 character buffer, right? The buffer is 140 characters. So it's not really part of this, is it? I really need to know more about these, really. And it would be nice to have a... I guess there was a graphical version, right? Maybe that's a good idea to use. You get more information quicker, probably. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, how? So R2 UI. UI. Yaito. Yeah, this is a very Japanese name. And this looks like Japanese style too. So, do we have this already? I'm kind of assuming. Let's see if we have this. So, to learn all the things, we have to test all the things, right? No. Midnight Commander Editor. I like that one. Midnight. Nah, it didn't fit, right? Did it? So what happens if I click here? Yeah, I got a command line output. So nothing, you can install it like that, very simply because we like it. No. Okay, does that mean that this is not a good thing? First of all, let's check age. So yesterday, it's not like it's not updated in 7 years, you know. The license is not updated in 7 years. That's totally okay. So we have yesterday changes. Okay. The latest is yesterday. So we have 985 stars. I guess that's a good number. I mean, it's not like everybody uses this, right? Official Qt frontend. I don't know what Qt is. So Yaito was the originally before being forked as Cutter. Use R2 plugins. No need for R2 Ghidra. I2 plugin for R2 Ghidra is installed. Alright, yeah, we have Ghidra too. But did we try this? Yeah, I want to play with things. We can't play with it with the box, of course, because it is, you know, over SSH. So this looks pretty. Disassembly. Hex dump. Me likes. What's this then? Ooh. Graph. So, what do you think? There's the Discord too. I think I'm at a max. It's a bit annoying actually. I can't just join Discords. Have to find something to kick out first. IRC. It's for Windows too. By the way, the Unity thingy was that was like never updated, right? Was it? Still looked like it was Windows 3.1. I guess 3.11, right? That's how you prove you're old. So, cutter. It said it was a fork of the other one. So let's search for that in our machine. So we don't want the Windows menu, we want this one. So why so much cutting? Yaito and cutter. It's like the same theme, right? I'll just need to go check on stuff. Rather, let's bring this food down. okej. Okej. Ja, vi får försöka fixa det imorgon då. So sorry. So let's see. Where am I at? Yeah. So I might actually switch my ears. So these can do like 4 hours. I might not. So, right, so we were checking for what tools we have. Let's actually use the menus here. Right? So, if we scroll down, I guess you could see this as forensics. Though that had nothing that I recognized. Well, I did recognize a few things, but not that I know and I used. It's still correct mathematics in here. I guess this is where it should be, right? We have R2 and Gira here. So what are the others? Now let's play. So first of all, I want to see my OBS so that I can see that you can see. Oh, did I click this thing? What? Right. I clicked my windows to see OBS. So that was like a stupid thing to click. Nothing? Let's close this one, by the way. Did we get nothing from that? So, let's say I didn't make this menu. So this one I only recognize from one thing. And that's that video I started watching. It was Clang. So what is Clang? So if I check my history, it's probably, yeah, too old. Recently closed tabs. No, YouTube then. Right, I should probably have it. So. Yeah, I do feel a bit off, you know. Sorry. Let's hop you to the right screen. Let's do YouTube again. So it might pop up stuff. So these are the two most recent things I watched, but there's a third. That's great. I found it. This one.
And look to see how all your
And I
macros
didn't
got
actually
expanded in
look that long. Let's see.
And that's what we see when we execute. Stage, sorry for the rambling and sort of a bad name conflict, but that's what they call it.
Clang.
Assembling
Clang.
and
That's where I
linking.
recognize it from. So I was going to look at this one too. So I will do that. But not right now. So they use it for compiling. And it looks like the same syntax there. Basic like GCC. So that's what we have. Is this a compiler? Let's just Google it. Clang is a compiler front end for C. Front end. So it can do lots of things. Drop-in replacement for GCC. Yeah. In tandem with the LLVM compiler backend. Okay. So, is it common to use this? So, what's the difference? Faster? Beneficial working on large projects? Okie dokie. So I assumed, it was a compiler seeing this, but you never know. And I was kind of confused when it popped up. Why, by the way, do they put command line tools in here? Why? To just tell us they exist? Iskiben. Someone knocking on my door. Ready, Lavan? I'll start some chicken nuggets for my kid who didn't eat pizza. So, let's see. Right. So, what is this? We can assume that this is right. Oh, what's the price? D2J. Dex to jar. Convert dex to jar. So, another command line thingy. I'm like amazed. Why? Why do they put them here? I mean, command line things, you start from the command line, right? So, here we have something. What is this? EDB. DB. DB sounds like debug, right? So, what can we open here? Can we open anything? Let's open something. Let's open a... So we're in Kali. Let's look at our programming. Let's do C and let's do Holo 2. It has a function. This is tiny text. This is what I don't like, especially when streaming. So first, most important thing to fix.
New follower
Otherwise-
diarrhea React.js. Less than 3.
Thanks for the follow. Come in. Funny name.
Diarrhea React.js says, Dick. Translated from Dutch.
That's not your fault, it's the TTS's. Apparently it's correct, Dutch. So let's see if we can get some size up here. And also like check out the other options of it, right? So 8 points, that's not reasonable. We want let's do 12 and see what it looks like, but I'm kind of using usually like 22 when streaming, right? But we add fonts nicely here. I can also see that this font for the registers is bigger. So how do I save the fonts? Is it when I close this, or do we have to restart the program? Yeah, so yeah, Intel. Thank you. So closing this, it updated. So it's still tiny, but we can now change it easily. It was appearance, of course. I didn't read the tabs, I just clicked them. So let's try 18. I don't want to like make it too big so nothing fits either, you know. Is this 18? And also green on black, that's not the best color. I just think it's lovely to see stuff at all. So let's go 22. I said 22 before, right? It just felt so... Yeah, it doesn't really happen. Nothing happens. No change. So let's actually close it. And this is what I want, right? Or at least close to it. Reverse engineering, EDV. Newer version available. File open, and we can also attach. So I like this already. And as I hoped, it did update. Cool, right? So we can adjust. So will something pop up into this field there? And this one is tiny, and it's also underneath me there, right? But it looks like this, right? So this feels a bit big, right? And the data dump and stack sections 22 felt a bit big. So memory dump, we have stack view, memory dump, register view, and this didn't change at all really, right? It didn't change a lot. Default is assembly font. So let's leave it for this, and let's change these to like, let's try 20 and close. And now it hopped to so it can't really do it like live, right? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should go 20 for this one too. So the number of time I've opened it, it's less added to favorites, and it will hop up here. I should really move these, right? So I never look at Kali docs. I never use web browser. I never use file manager. I never use these links. I've never used it ever. I have this one down there, right? With docs, we can remove docs. What's bugs? So I've never used exploit database either, but now we can see everything, so I don't care anymore. So I've added these myself. These were defaults. So let's open something. The same file. Yeah. So what do you think? One step down on all three here. And this one we could. I'm kind of assuming that it realizes that it can't do the size I set and don't care, right? So the register view, let's say 16, and let's go down one step on the others. So, and it will look funny. Let's close it and open it. And they're much quicker now. It's still a new version available. Let's still open a file. Yeah, we can try this, right? So we have a lot of stuff here, you know. So if you really needed to see things here, we can like switch between them here. So yeah. So we have our environment variables there. So let's look at this. Look. This one goes here. So, how long is this? So this is long. So, if I were in like either GDB or R2, I would like want to see the functions, right? Or in either. So, yeah, it says pause down in the corner. I was kind of curious. So we have a run here. So this is like a million times prettier version of that one we tried in the Windows machine. So I did click run. So what if we restart? It says paused, so we can step into, step over, run until return. Step into, step over. Okay, so these are like pause signal to application. So F7, F8 and F9. I like this. And Control F2 to restart it. I can hear the rain outside. You can do plugins. So I feel it was very well worth time to look through those, right? So I clicked one F8 by mistake. Let's step over and F7 step into. So we can like run it in slow motion here. Oh, I'm loving it here. So this is a call. So I stepped into it. So we see what had changed last is highlighted. We can see that here it put an RSI, this value. And let's actually look at that. So where would I see this the most easiest? So I'm just seeing here, it says return to. So it's like, where is it? There must be an up here, right? So we can focus on this if we want to. Oh, I'm in love. So here we just see a bit of data from. There's nothing really here, right? And on the side, we have this. So all of these here says 7 FFF, right? And it's 7F9C9 here. So I'm like, was so this is the place. Oh, this is interesting too. So what happened there? So here, scrolling here we have to the right. We had it. But further down, we have. So here we have. I'm like, is this not what's on this? So scrolling through million lines here. So Kali programming. PowerShell telemetry. Opt out. User Kali. .NET telemetry opt out. SSH agent VID. XDG cache home. Oh well. So this is a bit confusing that these were far up, right? There. Is this like buggy or what is this? Is this address actually what was down there? So we'll have to look at this. It must be that way. 192 EDVF, right? Yeah, so EDVF would be somewhere here. So it is. So it's not like off, it was just another address and what's on it. So, but still this doesn't tell us much. Not that it has to. So if we restart this again, let's see here, we have, it still says paused here, which I guess it is because we're stepping, right? So what if we click pause when it's paused? Will it play? If we click play, so it runs very quickly. The debugged application exited normally with exit code. Yeah, which is kind of okay. So we can restart it. So this application, it adds two values. It writes hello, and it's like a hello world with an extra function that just adds two numbers and prints the result. It's just me testing to make them into assembler instead of C. So it's mega simple thing. So it would be, let's open the hello one, so it just says hello. So if we open hello instead, right? And let's do step into, which was F8, I think. Was it F7? F7. So if we F7 here, we don't want the menu up. So F7. Oh, this is so nice. instead of having to click and check what does the register look like now? What does that memory address I'm guessing I might be interested in look like now? Though we can't say look at this address, which is kind of bad. I may be able to if I know how to do it, though, of course. So what is XMM1? Possible jump from area X. So what's this? I'm lost. You lost me. I have to Google this. That was too funny. LQDQ. So it's not just me that's confused. Oh, so I put an A in there. No, I got something. Yeah, it's not like it's a lot of stuff. Ah! Here it says XMM2. I don't know what this is. Let's see. So what does this do? There must be more on the internet than this. Let's do ChatGPT again. I don't have one button for that. I should get one. So, oh no, there. Jippity. So, what is? Did I copy it? No. So. Instruction assembly to use the interleave is used to interleave a lower 64-bit quad words from two XMM registers. Here's a breakdown of the instruction. So, do we want to read this? Of course we do, right? Oh, destination! And one of the source registers. The other source, which can be an XMM register or a 128-bit memory location. The instruction takes the lower 64-bit quad word from each of the two operands and interleaves them into the destination. What's interleaves? The lower goes to the lower bit of the result. The lower bit from 2 or from memory goes to the upper. Okay, so it takes the two lowers and puts them in the full result. So, but why? I was just going to ask what it's used for. The instruction is commonly used for data shuffling, reordering, and interleaving operation, particularly single instruction, multiple data programming. Well, why would it be used in a hello world? I'm kinda sure it's not, though. So I'm kinda sure something is strange. Is unusual, as instruction is generally intended for specific data manipulation. Might generate instruction as an optimization strategy. Well, we're not reading all of this. So I would like to always have it answer me in like 3 lines. Everything. And then I would have to tell it when not to do that, right? That would be nice. Because I never want those long ones, and I never... Sometimes I say answer in 2 lines and it does 4, right? That's the least it can do. I can't do 2 lines. And if you say 3 sentences, it does 4 sentences, right? So let's continue actually looking at the other ones. Alright, sorry. So the reason I have Callie's line is because I have VMware's up here. So since I have VMware's line up here, I have Kali's down here. And sometimes it messes up and I can't get to it now. But it's usually more messy with VMware's one. So let's go back to reverse engineering and Ghidra. I know what it is. What is this? Oh, we can close that one. Well, let's close this one if we can see the X. So we have ugly font. Never a good sign. It's bright light. What kind of program is this? Select the process to debug. Install plugin. About JDEX. Dex to Java decompiler. Oh. Okay, so now we know a bit more about it. So this is specific to Java stuff. It's probably related to the other one, right? That was command line. That was Dex to Java. Java Snoop. Right, there was comments here. I missed it. Let's read these. So this one says Dex to Java decompiler. Intercept Java applications locally. Okay. A framework for MSF Nasm shell. Okay. Something Metasploit. As we see the icon. Explain development. Element research. 32-bit assembler level analyzing debugger. 32-bit. Advanced command line hexadecimal editor. Disassembler and debug. Calling it a hexadecimal editor. That I would not have done. Can you edit stuff even? I guess you can then. An existing pro or a new process. Again, nice graphics. well. So I don't have any Java stuff I know about. And that's not really what we're doing right now anyway. So we found one thing. The rest were like command lines, tools, and Ghidra, of course. By the way, I haven't checked Ghidra like for options, for fonts and stuff. I guess I should do that. So it's opening our last thing, I guess. Is it? Did you remember it was minimized or what? So it's a hello to, you know, let me head up. Let's see. So this bright light thingy doesn't invite me to try and fix the graphics. So are there like settings for fonts here? I think we're in the wrong place. It's colors though. So anyone knows, you're welcome to help. So I didn't do configure last time. Misc. Yeah, so this is a program where you would Google. It is kinda readable, all of it though. I have to say that. It's kinda like a good font, even if it's ugly, for reading. So Ghidra font size. Google. Increase font size on Ghidra. So support. Okay, so we have to go to a text file, I think. So what I don't like with that is that I would like my stuff to just work. If possible, everything I change is something I have to redo if I reset it. In Windows do this. It works in Linux too. V-marks. Decent. Seriously. Talk about like intuitive stuff, right? Well, as long as we don't have big problems, maybe I'll just leave it. It's not that I don't like text files, I love text files. But when they're like, there's nothing on where they are even, we'll have to search them, but that's not a problem really. So I did actually on my laptop. I had to search for settings. So, what was the first comment here? Support launch properties. Font size override. This sounds very like nice, right? But it's not like in here. It's in the file too, I think. So I'm just checking that that's not an option here, right? Because we don't have a support menu. So I'm not into changing its option on in files right now. So let's just delete that for now. Close. So yeah, let's. You can bring new program together by selecting file, import file. Woo! We didn't know that. I would like to have some more tips there though. Yeah, I want this in my notes. So and here is where I have it in my notes. So let's actually add a image of it. So I'm not taking all of this, I'm just taking a little bit there. So nice and easy to read, right? And I know this is tiny. So this is how we got this. So, in case we would ever want to see what was around it. So let's see, do we have anything in this window that I want to keep? Because I'm like, I don't want a lot of windows when we continue to stuff. Yeah. So let's quit this one, exit, and this box should have closed long ago. We didn't use it, so yeah, terminated. So the stream is now almost 7 hours. So, and I'm a bit sick, so the speed is kind of slow here. So I'm thinking I'll open this again. So something to play with. Right, we were looking at this, GUIs. Then we found an alternative, EDB. So we'll have to test that. So let's actually do EDB. Let's add Linux so it's not so everything. Graphics cross platform and debugger. So Linux is only supported right now, but they aim for more. And here's actually Callie's page that this is on. Right, we can attach to stuff. Man. For people who has watched this stream before, I'm not the biggest fan of man. I think it's something that was very useful before internet. But I use it sometimes. So commands should have a help in that's tiny and to the point. That's what I think. So, and GUI programs should be able to change the font size easily in the GUI. So, nice. We kinda knew that, but yeah. I guess I could have looked at my history too, right? Should I close this one? Yeah, it's alright. So, if we ever feel like we need more, I don't think this will help much. I like the other one better. EDB. Also, that looked like you should have a giant screen to be able to see what the text was. I kinda like this size text, right? So you don't have a space for all those things. This is just I'm like, I don't know what size monitors I don't. I forgot. So we should have an IP now. I'm just closing the Googling for stuff there so we can get the IP. 38. Oh, my throat is killing me now. Yeah, I'll go get some tea. Better do yes in the password. Or we'll say bye-bye, right? Yeah, so I'm conscious that my hair is as warm as me. How could it be over 28 degrees here and it's open window and it's 16.5 outside? So, bye-bye tea bag. There, let's see now. So, let's CD into the Okay, where am I typing? 3, if I remember right. And there we have the pretty red file. We're supposed to get a shell in this one. And read the secret, I'm assuming. So, let's just cut the C file. Right, I could just, don't have to do it all. Typing as little as possible, right? Ramlar Linus! Sounded like my kid fell. He's like leaning his chair, you know? We'll see. Yeah. So, I know that I'm like slow today, extremely slow. I'm like just enjoying time, enjoying doing this, drinking a bit of tea, eating a bit of pizza. Let's get the spoon into the tea too. So they're both intensely like boiling hot. I can't drink this yet. So I'll get some water. Hope they cool off. My god, this is that much already. It's almost 21. 7-hour stream so far. Oops. Well, let's actually do something now, right? So, looking at this code here, we see that I've already read this in the stream, but whatever, you know. Yes, gubben? I know. Vill du min nåt? Ska jag komma och hjälpa dig med nåt? Va? My kids. Vad sa du, gubben? Jag kommer inte att sluta den förrän jag har lagt ett sånt. i den stängda grejen, vet du. In ugnen. So. So it's a bright light in here, you know. So there. Right, so the argument goes to the copy arg function that copies it into this buffer with a str copy that does not check the length, and the buffer is only 140 character, or well, it's a lot. Really, right? And then it just prints the buffer. So it's a very simple program, and it's also not safe. So what was I going to do? We're going to start R2, right? So let's do R2D to debug this buffer overflow program. Permission denied. I'm curious. So AAA PDF. It didn't work last time because we have to say what function, and we want it to be at main, and this is kind of what we looked at, right? Or rather, I want to see the memory now. What is checking the registers and stuff. This is not the graphical stuff, and this is on an SSH, you know, so we can't do that. We could copy the file to ourselves and check it out. Maybe that would be fun. Yeah. So let's actually not for using now, or maybe we'll use it now. So where would it be a good place? This is TryHackMe after all. Yeah, so I thought so. Buffer overflow. This is a buffer overflows. And let's cd this. And of course it's empty. Do I have a scp command to get all the files? I don't think so. This is in part another reason why I'm making a copy program. Copy all files. So from a directory to a remote directory, so we want the opposite. R argument. Okay. There's an R argument. I should have just checked. SCP. Well, this goes right. I don't know if this helps either, right? SCP is a bad command. And I have to break my rule. Because SCP is bad. Alright. Did I do SSH? Yeah. So the whole darn thing is bad. So recursively copy directories. Okie dokie. So R I hear the rain, it's kinda nice. I'm checking if I had notes on SCP. I'll just do a search quickly. So you can watch if you want. So I do have SCP notes. So no, that's the GGFO bins. So no notes. Oh, I shouldn't have put it in there in my. So I'm thinking it fits in Linux, right? Because we use it in Linux. Let's make one here. So there's actually no help, meaning we really need. This is why I hate man. Because I just want to copy all the text here. Meaning we can't in an easy way do that. So Google is better. Anyway. So SCP man page. It's not like this is a horrible thing to do either, but and there was no copy, so let's copy it anyway. Man. Cause. Bad command. So. Curious why these characters are in there. Like just there on the end. So does it look the same here? No, it doesn't. So the biggest reason to use this, make a copy, and make notes, is to have some examples. There's no examples there. We also, of course, put the actual thing that it gives us, the horrible little thing. So I'm exiting that horrible thing. This is also why I don't like man. I can't scroll up to it, right? And look later. And that's what I always do. I'm just genuinely hating it. Genuinely. I wanted to be there. We have a buffer nowadays. We don't have to reuse the screen in some kind of odd way. Well. So now. If it has an actual help and someone gives it to me, I'm happy. Otherwise, I will have to live with it. So. Yeah, so here's just an example of me using SCP. With an ID or a save file. I guess I have. And here's with the port. So most of the time I've used it to like copy stuff. But here I copy stuff from the machine. Yeah, so I just wanted the image. I'm just wanting to have some examples on my page here, things I have used. So I'm going to get a few of them. It's always nice to have some examples for actual use cases, you know. That was that one. So here was another one. Oh well, that was actually the same direction. So and here's the one with, no, was it the same? I'm like blind. That's a part one. So this is from my Google Docs notes that I just started transferring here, and I'm going to sort them. So there, I'm happy that this exists, you know. To a new name. But both the lines are the same. Well. So there. Did they have any other different ones? Okay. So now we are in the sexual file. I'll just check what my kids want. Ready, go Ben? I think actually no one knocked. I think it was just my kids, like, really stomping in the stairs, and I couldn't hear the difference because I closed the door. So let's now make ourselves an example for the R option, right? So we're going to do SCP R, and where did I see that? It was just here. Here is it. So they did just so they are copying from local directory to target directory, right? So we can just use the dot here, and use the IP here. So just why not do it? You know, I'm in the directory. Actually, if I do the SSH thing and change it to SCP, I get to write a few characters. So R, and this is not the last IP, unfortunately. I should have done it in the same directory, but we're still connected. And 38. And oh no, wrong machine. So just confirm it's colon there, cause you know, why not? Right, we also need the actual directory. So it is Overflow 3. In the home directory. So let's I don't think I've ever used this in the path. So let's do it. Overflow. Was it overflow? Yeah, I can see it up there. Overflow. No, we just want all of it. Right? We want all of it. So let me look at the example again. So they did not stop with the slash. So let's just do that and dot. So from that directory to this directory. And user1 password. Permission denied. Okay. Now I typed it correctly. Yeah, the secret text. We don't have permissions. So there's also a secret text in the forward one. But we can still look at stuff if we want to, you know? So just to test the program we just discovered, which is EDB. So can I type? Buffer overflows. And here we have them. So this is the one we want to look at. So this is what it looks like here. And then the same thing over here, right? So let's compare. So what we see here at the top, or rather where this is, move RDI-RSP. It's not here anywhere. Knock on the door. So this is more finished. That was just a parenthesis. There. I feel like just when I sit down, someone knocks on the door. Maybe I should stop for today, but it's not like I will do anything else then. So I don't feel up to anything really. Damn colon, whatever. So right, I was going for the commands. That's what I want. So we made this yesterday. Nice list of things to do. So let's hop over here. What happens if I do DS? So DC is continue execution. Right. OOD and arguments. And can we use our Python ones? So right, I was trying to see here if I could even find it here. Because we know what instructions, what they look like, kinda, right? There. So we have a 55. We should be able to see a 55. It's like so much stuff. We're not just at a place like in the other one. I can't type. Yeah. So I need to be able to change the arguments. I can restart it, but I want to be able to say give it arguments then. And this no analysis found. Does this mean I can do something more? You know, maybe I'll like find a video or something on this. Oh, look at the hell. So, how pretty. So, I'm kinda... we have burp set as a, you know, proxy. So how did you get anything? Interesting. So, there. I'll be right back. So I feel like I will just run into my kids all the time. Infinitely. Right, so I won't read this now. And this will be there still, so. I'll actually close this. And we will do this instead. Here you can send arguments. So we did try some stuff here, right? Or was it another window? Not here. So now we can test stuff with it here too. So we're missing the important file here. But it's interesting to see the difference, right? How it behaves on this machine and on the lab machine, right? Checking in on the box on its machine. It's kind of funny timing. Honey in my throat, that's nice. So yeah, so let's see. I understand if I'm boring right now. But let's actually do something now. Before I do this, so yeah, I put the notes I made in. Yeah, but let's just put one of these, right? Whatever. Then we have other nicer ones here. So I should have opened a new tab. I just want a basic normal string. So do we need to do a now? Let's go to, I don't remember the commands yet. So we can do IM, we can do IS. Now IS is more interesting. Here we have the main we have copy arg. So I found these through using its built-in help, and it's not very logical. I mean, you can search stuff that I know. You can do question mark. Now let's not do it now because I have it saved and it will just be more to scroll through. So I'm sure I have one. List register contents. DR. So, and we started it with debugging, so we should be able to step through it. So if you do getting too tired. Oh, PDF. Yeah, right. I also checked how to read memory. So we could, for example, do px at or bp minus, and my example was, well, this. And so well, that's interesting. YC. Anyway. So what if we do the DS? DR? So let's we can look here. Oh my goodness. So how did I make it do more? So we can look at all of these. RIP should be. So I didn't actually read it. Or rather, I might have just forgotten it. Remember this. Yeah, it's not here. So funny colored. Oh. Yeah, I'm getting a bit tired now. So what's the function name? Oh, it's right there. Copy. Okay. Seriously, I think I should stop because my throat hurts so much. This doesn't really help. And I don't want to stream quiet. It's not what I like. I don't want to watch other people stream when they're quiet, so